This did not want to work the way I wanted it to work. Ugh. I'm having one of these Sundays where my hair is weird and I feel completely lazy, but I am ready to read today. So, my lovely co-hosts are going to be joining a little bit later. The lovely Anna has a prior commitment, and she'll be joining as soon as that's done, probably in like an hour or two. And then the lovely Mel, who lives in Australia, is usually joining also around like an hour or two into the sprints because it is really early for her. So, what are we reading today? So, I have two books that I want to get into. The first one is a Gemini. I started this on the live sprints with Lois and Sato yesterday, and I'm really enjoying it. It is getting to a point where um, it is getting some elements that I'm not completely into. So I'm gonna have to see how I'm liking it. It is exciting, and I want to know what's happening. So yeah, I'm gonna have to see where I'm at because I think I was listening to like 15 minutes of the audiobook without looking at the amazing pages in the book, which is a mistake because honestly, there's so many cool things in this book. Compared to the first one, it has so many really cute drawings. So yeah, I can only recommend doing this series while listening to the audiobook because it has a full cast and also looking at it. I mean, just drawings like this you would completely miss when you're just listening to the audiobook, but the audiobook is fantastic. So hi Lois. Hi, Purple Rain Hearts. Let's see if I can finish Gemini today. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that would be cool. I think I want to finish it today, but I also have the Alloy of Law, and I am most likely going to be buddy reading this with Anna. And so when I will be reading this with Anna, if she's joining, we might start this together. Lois, Purple Rain Hearts, what are you reading today? Hi, Sunny. It's good to see you. I think I haven't seen you in a while. I've only talked to you briefly on Twitter, but I feel like we haven't been talking. So, how are you doing? What are you reading? Yeah. This one I probably start with Anna if she's joining, and if she's reading this today, we're going to be reading this together. It's a very short Sanderson, I think. I looked up the audiobook; it's extremely short too, so I'm quite surprised. But I'm here for a short Sanderson to get. That would be a new experience, you know. Hi, Jocelyn. Good to see you. Starting the perfume today. Yay! Oh, I can't wait to start the perfume either. I will be starting it next Sunday during the live sprints because this week I will be traveling. So I don't want to carry that book with me. Actually, I have booked flights from Germany to Rome for only 80 euros, which is amazing. But the airline on our way to Rome does not allow for a carry-on bag. They only allow for like a backpack that is smaller than a carry-on. And the carry-on would have been an additional, like 40 euros? I'm like, I think I'm too cheap for that. I spent 40 euros easily on a stupid subscription box, but I'm like, no. You're trying to get me to spend ridiculous money. I'm not doing this. So I'm currently trying to pack for 2 nights in Rome, one full day where we're going to be filming and working, and then mostly we're going to be traveling the other 2 days. I'm trying to fit it all into my backpack. So I'm not taking a bunch of books with me for these 3 days. I haven't been able to join for a while. That's fine. I mean, we have a life, right? So how have you been doing, and what are you reading? That's what I'm interested in. Say hi to Emil as well. Love your partner. Seems to be a very nice guy. So, best wishes over there. Reading Star-Crossed by Josephine Angelini. How is it? I've heard a few things about Star-Crossed, but I shy away from this type of book because it sounds so incredibly heavy on the romance. Like it's relying on the romance to be anything, which is something that I'm shying away from. Listening to Vow, so Bold and Deadly at the moment. Is that one of the retellings? Gotta look it up. Vow, so Bold. It sounds like it, but honestly, I feel like every other YA fantasy book has this naming. A thing, so thing, and thing. It's like, why do people name their books this way? I want to know. Yeah, so it is the Curse Breakers. I really enjoyed the first one. So how is the rest of the series? Please share. Reading Kingdom of Bad right now. Ooh, I want to get to that one too. How is it? I have some chores to do. I would have some chores to do too, but I am too lazy this Sunday. You're not getting me to do shit today, honestly. So bad. I've been lying in bed all day, just sleeping and watching Netflix and stuff. I might have to go make myself some tea for some good reading. I'm still reading I cannot pronounce it. Aiming for 75%. Good. I love that cover, by the way. It's a reread for me. Oh, I read it back in 2012 in Barcelona. Oh, is that? Do you have anybody when you have? Do you have ties, like emotional or like sensory ties to books sometimes, where you remember where you read the book? I have that when I listen to books on audiobook while I'm hiking. I for some reason emotionally connect that region or that hike or that site to the book forever. It's kind of funny, weird. So I just realized that a couple of weeks ago when I was hiking and I was thinking of a different hike and I was like, oh yeah, I was listening to the third of, like, I was hiking and I was coming across a small path that I was hiking 2 years ago, and I've never been there since. And I was like, oh yeah, this is where I was listening to the third in the Red Queen series. And yeah, I don't know, weird ties to everywhere in the world. Wanted to see if I like it the same as I did when I read it in German years ago. Ooh, exciting to see how your taste might have changed or not. I love The Curse of Dark and Lonely the best, but the others were also good. Okay, I should continue with that series then, I guess. Really like the second one. Gray gets his own point of view. Oh yes, I remember. I remember loving. He's like the assistant is the wrong word, right? It's like the friend. Love it, and we get a new character. Nice. Gray can get it. Yes, I remember liking him. Sometimes, but not with all books. It depends on the format. I'm now reading it in different format and language, so the tie isn't quite there. Yeah, I think for me, the tie is mostly when I'm hiking and I'm listening to the audiobook. It's very, very rarely that I mean, maybe because I'm also taking in visual memories when I'm hiking. I, over when I'm sitting on my couch. Nothing's happening that I can take in, right? The Personal Guard, that's it. The Personal Guard. Love it. Okay, yeah. I remember liking that character, so that's really cool to know that he gets his own point of view. I need to continue with that series. I mean, I need to work on continuing series, period. So if you're following me on Twitter, you might have seen that I made a thread where I'm going to be tracking my stats on series, and it's really bad. Like how many series I currently have, not unread, but it to be finished. It's like when you put it in numbers and in front of you, it's daunting. It's like, that can't be true. I'm not that bad with series, am I? And then I'm like, yeah, I am. So I think my current stats, I might not have updated this for June yet, for like the last 2 weeks of June. But currently I'm just trying to opening this up. Here are the numbers. So I have a total of unfinished series of 65. Can you believe that? Like 65 series that I have not finished. And total books, 147. So I would have to read 147 to finish these books. Out of these, 34 haven't been released yet. So I have an excuse for those. But the worst is that I have 26 where I just need to read the finale. Which is like, come on, just finish them up. Yeah, and then I started this year 9 series and I completed 1. So my stats aren't getting better. But yeah, since I've been starting to track this, I'm like, okay, we need to work on this. So, I mean, sitting here, working on it. Like literally working on it. Totally makes sense with the hiking. Yeah, with the sensory, like taking in visually. If I had that with every time I walk to the store, I would have sensory overload and get confused with my books. Yeah, I get that. I really suck at finishing series. Well, maybe you need to put the numbers in front of you as well. Yep. Might have to do a sheet like that to see my series reading. It's very enlightening, and it does help me to be like, okay, come on, continue with the series, do it, focus on that. So, I mean, not everything on my TBR is continuing a series, but I have 2, 3, I think 3 more on my TBR this month will be continuing a series. Hi, Donna. Flipping Between 100 Bullets by Brian Carlo and The Last Templar by Raymond Curry. So when you're flipping between books, are you flipping between 2 physical books, or do you have a reason for alternating because it's a different medium? Hi, Anna. Hi, Rudy. Yes, I'm currently alone, which is fine. Mel usually starts later because it's really early for her, since she's in Australia. I think she usually joins around 7:30-ish her time. And Anna has a prior commitment, and she said I haven't had Anna on here in 2 weeks, and she has been, other than that, quite regular. So I asked her if she wants to join, and she does, but she has a meeting with some friends, and she'll join right after. I can definitely see that, as you can also get lost in which series you have started and read. Yes, and I did want to track a little bit of like what are the series that I currently am. Not only which series do I have open, but also to keep a little bit of track of the new releases, because in some series I've been waiting for the ones that have been released, and I also want to keep track of series that I maybe want to just stop and consider DNF, and it's kind of freeing when you're like, okay, I don't want to finish this series, so take that off my list. By the way, do I have the Birgit camera? I should. I mean, I went through my Goodreads and everything to see everything that I started, so I should have the series, the Birgit camera series on here somewhere, but I don't see it. Ooh, I might have to double check if it's on my list. Maybe I decided to DNF because I wasn't into the retelling part, but that wouldn't be a good decision. That means even more that I need to finish. You probably told us already, but I just got here. Are you hosting alone today? I just answered that. There's a series that I have read but not plan on actually finishing. Wait, you mean this one, Illuminate? You don't plan on finishing? Do I read that correctly, that you don't plan on finishing? Girl, I do understand it with Twilight and Akatar. I'm with you on both of that, but this one? Ooh, wow. Wow. Haven't joined in a super long time either. Last was in February? Wow, that's a long time ago. That's a long time ago. Wow. Girl, I did not remember that. I didn't realize it wasn't that long. 100 Bullets is a graphic novel, and The Last Templar is a physical novel. 100 Bullets is 100 issues. I am reading it online, and if I don't binge it, I'm never going to finish it. I get it. I get that. Okay. It's like, I'm reading that correctly. That's like 100 issues. That's a lot. I keep forgetting that I read Children of Blood and Bone. If you keep forgetting that you read it, that's a bad sign for the book, though. The novel helps because sometimes I just need a break. I get that. But I mean, then with graphic novels, you probably get through it quite quick. It's not like it's 100 books. I will be using the first sprint to work on my uni paper. Yes, girl, you're always so productive. I envy that so much. Like, I have so much respect for you being all about the getting things done. And then I'll do 1 or 2 reading sprints and read the Midnight Library. Yes. I have to leave before midnight, though, to sleep. That sounds good. Not a good decision. So you won't finish Illuminate? Why not? Share why you won't finish this, because honestly, this I don't get it. I don't get it. Same with Mistborn. Read the first and accidentally spoiled myself and don't like what I spoil and don't want that. Okay. But what did you get spoiled for? Is it like the second one, or is it for the last one in the last era? So, also, you don't know, even if you don't like what you were spoiled for, maybe there's something really cool, positive happening as well that you are not spoiled for, that you're missing out on. I still need to read Obsidio. I bought it a few months ago. Need to check when the audio will be available at my library. Yes, I feel like Illuminate is something that where you need to do both the audio and the physical, because you're missing out on the beautiful things when you are just listening to the audio. I talked about this yesterday on the stream. In the second book, we're introduced to a girl who has who keeps a diary, and her diary is very visual. So pages like this, it's like, how can an audiobook do this justice? It cannot. But then the physical book cannot do the whole production justice that, like, it's both. It's so good. Not that I read it, but more that it's a series. Okay. I didn't really like Illuminate. The audiobook confused me, and the author being problematic, I don't want to support him. Okay. Okay, I get that. Did you just read the audiobook without the physical book? Because I can see the audiobook being confusing when you don't have these images to look at. Yeah, I mean, about the author being problematic, that's a whole other story that I don't think I want to get into, about like who to support and not. Everybody needs to make their own decision, and I respect that. I was spoiled about Element. I think that was his name. Don't know which book, but I like him, and that's it. Her? I'm confused by this statement. I think you need to continue reading because that's confusing. Already on page 6 of Perfume, and I'm like shook. Okay, I'm excited to start then. Audiobook only. Yeah, that might be a little bit more confusing. Get it. I was on the go and had no way of getting my hands on the book. Okay, no, I get that. I think there were a couple of things in the physical book that um, made this experience very intense and complex and good. I think that the overall story was okayish good. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't mind blowing. But I mean, I loved the villain. The villain was done really well. But what made these books so good is the elements, the different like mediums, and yeah. Okay, um, let's get into the first sprint. I'm definitely gonna have to go make myself um, a nice cup of tea. Looking forward to, oh, I'm really digging a good cup of tea now. Let's get that. Let's get the clock on the screen. Do we have it on the screen? There we go. Alrighty. Let's get into the first sprint. See you in 45. Happy reading, everyone. And that is time, everyone. How did everyone do? Excited to hear how you're liking your reads tonight, and how you've been doing. So let me look up what my app says. My app says I read 59 pages, which is okay. It's not a lot for this type of book where it has a lot of like images. I really love this one. In this section, but there were a lot of pages with like full blown out text. But I am really enjoying it. It has an element that I'm not too fond of. I love sci-fi, but I don't love the alien monstrous creature sci-fi. And it kind of feels like there might be something going that way, which could potentially be what Steph from Coffee Over Apples yesterday meant when she said that there might be some horror-ish element to it. That's not my thing, but it doesn't take over. As long as it doesn't take over, I'm good. I'm really enjoying it, and yeah, I know that I have to use some of my future sprints tonight to get a few chores done as well. So I'm gonna have to put on some laundry of things that I might want to pack. You know, when you start to realize that your mind is a little bit wandering because there might be things that you have to do, you know, it's time to get your chores done, right? Um, so yeah, I definitely need to get some laundry done, and maybe I already want to start trying to pack my clothes and my skincare to just see if it is realistic that I can get everything in my bag. So yeah. All right, where were we? Hi, Najat. I was late. I'm going to go have dinner and then come back and continue reading King of Scars. Share how you're liking it, and as always, share what you had for dinner and how you liked your dinner, because on this channel we talk food. Rudy's reading The Murder Bot. You're almost through. That's awesome. How are you enjoying it? I love Murderbot. 38 pages. That is so good. Really good. I want more Murderbot, honestly. Nice. Well done. 25 pages done. Switch devices in the middle. Okay. That's cool. Jocelyn updating her serial list too many. Do you have a number? My number is 65. My number is 65. And I'm pretty sure that I do not have the Birgit or Bridget. Is it Bridget Camera series? Like, I cannot find it on here. So I might have taken it off, which means I have to put it back on, and that means there's more. To be fair, a lot of the books out of the 147 are Sanderson, which is a lot of books. Then there is The Wheel of Time. I only read the first 4 so far. And the Expanse series is 9 books, I believe. And then the Tortell universe is quite a few books as well. So I think that's these are the majority. The problem about this is that I have a bunch of series that I really want to get to that are not even on that list yet because I haven't started them. And I'm like, I can only start them once I have started finishing some others. So, I need to start finishing series so I can start them. 28 pages. Well done. That is so good. So good. Had dinner, which was noodles with sunny side up eggs. Ooh, that sounds good. What kind of sauce do you make with like your noodles when you do? Or do you just use like the egg as sauce? A little of laundry and 3 pages. That sounds so productive. I like it. Can't have enough Murderbot. I'll update my series list upcoming weekend when I have only one exam left. That's very smart. Don't get don't get distracted from your exams by knowing how many series you have open. I'm in the middle of 5 series. Which series are these? And honestly, I think that 5 series, that's absolutely okay. It's not a lot. I mean, some of the series, as I mentioned, I'm waiting for the next release. So, for example, one of the series is the Skyward by Brandon Sanderson, waiting for the next release. I'm caught up on the second one is Crown of Feathers. The one that I'm waiting for is Wings of Shadow. I can't remember the name of the first one. It's this Phoenix fantasy, and I loved it. And then also the Murderbot Diaries. I'm caught up on that one. So yeah, I think there's a couple where I'm just waiting for the next release, and I'm in the middle of them. So nothing I can do about that. Just do a challenge of not being able to read a new series until you have started or finished. I think that's smart. I do have I did take that into account when I had my cards for my TBR game done. There's no card for starting a new series, but there's my card for continue a series. On these beautiful, I love these cards, and my friend, she's making a few more. I have I created this back of the card game and ordered 50 of these cards, and then how many do I have now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. 13! Did I get 15? I should probably had 2 as like test. I sent her 15, but yeah. So these are like hand painted, and my friend has the other 35, and she is doing some more this weekend. I love these cards. They're so pretty. Oh, this one. I love this one as well. Like, see that little hand with a heart? She's so good at this. I can just stare at these all day. It's like, she made them. Like, she hand lettered these. Like, ugh. Why are you so good at this? Yay! Okay, let's move on. I have this Japanese curry block that I bought from Asian grocery shop. Ooh, okay, that sounds interesting. I read about half a page of a paper and took notes. Good. Not much, but at least I did something today for uni. Then I got some healthy snacks. Yes, what are the healthy snacks that you're having? I think one of my favorite healthy snacks is baby carrots. I know it's like they don't really taste different, but they do to me. And hummus, and like sometimes I also love like cucumber, and then just dipping it into hummus or guacamole. Oh, I just love that. I just have to be careful about not overeating on hummus and guacamole, but I could eat that up. Like, oh, so good. I just received the Wings of Shadow. I have all 3 in our Crate edition now. Now I really need to read the books. Yes, you do. I love those cards. Yeah, I told her that she should take images, like she should scan before she sends them to me. She should scan them and offer them on Etsy as like digital downloads so that other people can print them out because they're so pretty. When I say I'm in the middle, I mean only the series that have books out that I have not gotten to. Okay, that's fair. That's still more than 5 for me. I try not to start series if all of the books aren't published. I typically read them all back to back. Yeah, I think that's smart. I'm not that smart. I think it depends on, I think with like epic series, like I'm not sure if I would start something like The Wheel of Time without the last book having been released, because I feel like there's a chance that it's not being finished. Just saying Game of Thrones. The only exception for that is Brandon Sanderson, because he's whipping out books left and right. But yeah, I don't know. I'm in the middle of, I'm in between. So on one hand, I feel like that's very smart, and I want to be like that, and that's a good plan. But then I never read them back to back anyways, because I have so many other books that I want to get to, and also I kind of want to jump on hype trains. I love hype trains, and I'm all here for it, and I want to jump on them. When a book gets hyped, I want to be here for it. And I also love to be up to date. I love the feeling of waiting for a release, if it's not years, but just anticipating a book because you enjoyed that series just reminds me of how I watched TV shows when I was younger. I mean, today a lot of TV shows are being released like they're all the episodes at once, so you can binge them. But actually, the drawing out and watching bit by bit is something that I actually kind of enjoy as well. And being in so many series at once and reading so many books, I don't necessarily feel like it's too much of a bad thing. The only thing that I would love to have more is good summaries of what happened in the first book, so that I can actually read the second one after a year and not miss crucial things. That's all. You wouldn't know it by my list, though. That's fair. Yes, the cards are very pretty. Hearing everyone talk about food, I want to on my book. 14 pages. Swept the stairs and communicating openly with the family I live with somehow made me feel worse about myself. Oh no! Oh no! I'm so sorry. I hope that you're starting to feel better soon. Good that you swept the stairs. Good that you got some chores done. Seek out some company that makes you feel better, please. Don't feel bad about yourself. It's not worth it, because you're worth it. Cucumber and paprika sticks. Nice. Do you dip it in anything, or do you just eat them without anything? Because I cannot do it without anything. Actually, I can't eat paprika anymore after the surgery raw. A lot of things raw don't really sit well. I think my stomach is like, ugh, that's too much work. But carrots, a few carrots are okay, and cucumber in moderation is okay as well. But I need it with dip. You've never had hummus? Ooh, girl. If you're not allergic to anything, or if there's nothing in it that you cannot eat, you have to try hummus. Girl, seriously. Definitely. See, what have I been saying? She needs an Etsy shop, and it's not much effort to just put them up there as a download. I mean, I told her she should also offer commission. Like, I'm paying her for these because I think it's worth it, and I couldn't ask a friend to do this much artistic work for free. Because it's just, if she would have done that for my birthday or something, that would have been okay. But I went out and asked her to draw these for me. And then it's a commission work that needs to be paid, no matter how much of a friend she is. She made a good price, a fair price that I also think is fair for an artist. I think for these 15, what did I pay, 60? Because this is a lot of work. So yeah, and I told her, put them up on Etsy, sell them as downloads, and deduct it from my from the price that I paid for it. Hummus is amazing. I just don't have any right now. Okay, that's fair. Also hungry. Yeah, yeah. Yes, hummus is made out of chickpeas. And I enjoy hummus just straight up as it is, but there's so many options where you add other things to hummus to give it different type of flavor. Ooh, you know what? I should try and make some hummus with some kimchi in it. I'm going to do that next week when I'm back from Rome. Chickpeas and tahini and spices. I could make some myself, but not today. That's fair. I've started some series that aren't finished, but I hate having to wait. It would be okay if the books came out closer together. That's fair. A book I read the sequel of had the summary of the first book as the first chapter. I like that. Um, I also like that, especially because when the author summarizes it, you know that they're trying to get all the important things that you need to remember for the second book up in there. So that's kind of what I like. I think one of the Mistborn had that, but it had it in the back. And I was like, I wish I would have known you have the summary in there when I started reading, not when I finished. So yeah, that was kind of like, what? I really want to try it. Any specific brand that you would recommend? Just get mine at Edeka or Lidl. Same. I really like the one at Edeka, like cheap, easy one. I think Aldi has some good ones too, but honestly, I don't think that I have had hummus, like store-bought hummus, that I felt like was really bad or didn't taste good. I think you can just go and try. Especially with digital download, Etsy is easy enough. I have bookmarks still, and those are more of a struggle with Etsy. Yeah, agreed. Wait, do you still have these bookmarks from like years ago? When was that, like 2018 when you bought them? Is that one period? Is that from back then? That's crazy. When I'm back in Germany, I will get some and try it. Yes. I'm just anxious that when I try it, I won't like it and have a whole pot and can't do anything with it. I mean, I'm in that boat regularly because I sometimes don't know what food my body will reject. Luckily, it's not a lot of different foods that my body rejects, but sometimes I cook some beautiful food and then it's like my body doesn't want it. Or I have so many times I have leftover sauces or stuff or dressings because I do the meal plans and then I have a bunch of dressing for 3 salads, but I don't eat the normal salad size that people are expecting people to eat with these meal plans. I only eat a tiny bit because raw veggies, my stomach is like, nah, let's work. So I have almost always a lot of dressing left over. I'm trying to find people who want to take it off my hands if I can't. That is true. Hummus is global. I saw that. It's weird to have the summary at the end. Who goes there first? Yes, but I also think like with fantasy books, it's something that it's probably a behavior that we need to start doing because oftentimes at the end of the book, um, you also have explanations or like like a glossary or something, and knowing that going in is probably a smart thing. So yeah, just looking it up. Alloy of Law at the end has the list of metals, quick reference chart, and then a description of the metals. So always with fantasy, always check the back of the book. I ordered 100 and I still have. Wait, you ordered 100 and you have over 200 because the author is a bad person. I don't know what to do with them. Oh yeah, you ordered 100 and you got 500 or something like that, right? Honestly, at some point, you need to learn to toss. Even though it might seem wasteful, if you have changed your position on things, how are you enjoying Gemini? I am really enjoying it. I am hooked and I want to continue reading and I want to finish it tonight. But I also want to get some chores done. So we'll head into a new sprint rather soon. If you eat dinner sometimes, they sell hummus too. Really? I didn't know that. You could get a falafel with hummus on the side or anything else and try a little of it without risking throwing a lot of it away. Wow! Anna coming through with the amazing life tips again. With Inkheart, there was a character and location glossary, at least the German editions I own. A lot of fantasy books have that. When I'm in a rush, I cook noodles and throw half a pot of hummus on top. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. When I'm in a rush, I cook noodles and throw kimchi on it. Amazing too. Well, to be fair, I fry up the kimchi in some like buttery stuff. Like I have like some vegan buttery things, and I fry it up so it's hot, and the butter and the kimchi juices then create kind of a sauce that sticks to the noodles. Well, I use ramen. Oh, and there's another like sauce with tahini that I really love. It kind of gives the noodles a pad thai flavor. So good. Oh, and another one I learned that on a different meal plan. It's called Big Mac roni. And it's like lentils sauce and then like salad and fresh tomato. I mean, you cut up a tomato and some lettuce while the pasta is cooking and just throw it in there, and it has some, for some reason, it just gives a Big Mac feeling. I ordered 100, but they gave me like 300. Yeah. I'm thinking of taking one of those bookmarks and just doing some random DIY. Maybe I like the outcome of that and then can use the other ones for that. Oh, that's a good idea. Do that. I have had finally tried falafel last month. Yay! Not sure if Cece likes kimchi. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I might. I might, as my shirt says. I might. I don't. I don't think I like kimchi there. I don't like kimchi. No. I love it. My local kebab shop has vegan kebab, and the sauce choices are hummus or hot sauce. That is such a good idea. Oh, I'm going to have to come to your place and try that, Hannah. Anna. Why am I saying Hannah? Because I've been reading about Hannah. Sorry. I have tahini at home. So good with salad. I always have tahini at home too. A lot of my dressings. So the meal plans that I'm currently using, I'm not doing them every week because sometimes I need a break, or for example, for next week, I wish I could do next week because it's such a good plan. But with me traveling for 3 days, it's just not worth it, because when I cook for 5 days, I usually have food for 7 days. And the dressings and sauces are usually cashew, sunflower seed based, and then a lot of them have tahini in them and miso and all the yummy goodness. Love it. Cover the bookmark with lots of paint and see what comes out. Okay, interesting. I like how my brain misspelled kimchi. To be fair, I'm not sure about the spellings, because the kimchi with a K is a translation of the Korean words, right? And I have seen sometimes Korean letters being translated differently because it's a different letter, right? So the K for kimchi sometimes also gets translated with a G. So you're good. Now let's head into another sprint because I need to get my laundry on and I want to know what happens in the book. So let's do some reading. All right. Happy reading, everyone. See you in 45. Oh, that's
Hi.
nice. Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you too. How's everybody?
Yeah, how did everybody do on this one? I think I'm having a weird echo with you today. Never had that before with you. I don't know if it changed anything. Yeah, I don't know why my phone decided that saying that means to resume.
Hi,
All right.
Sunny.
Yay. So yeah, how did everyone do? I read 35 pages in Gemini. I did my skincare routine because when I start packing, I like to do my skincare routine to just make sure I have every single step considered in packing. I then like fill up little tubs for as much as I need to put in my carry-on. And I think I can do it with a backpack for 2 nights. So yeah. Anna, what are you reading?
I'm reading Soulbound by Bethany Adams. It's the first one in a fantasy series. And I am planning to, if you're reading The Alloy of Law, read with you. Started.
Right here waiting for you.
Wonderful.
I just need to go grab a new. I destroyed my favorite bookmark yesterday. And I'm so mad about it. Um, I have two metal bookmarks that have a tassel. I love tassels, you know, and I love metal bookmarks. And this is the spare one. That's like Nevernight. I think it's beautiful.
Oh, a
But
series.
the other one, yeah, somebody wants some screen time. Let me just grab bookmarks while
Say hi.
Siri has appearance.
Now, say hi.
Sirius satisfied with having said his piece. Yeah, that one was my favorite because it's golden and
Wow.
it also had a tassel. I'm I'm not the biggest fan of this like Roman Greek goddess kind of image, but I loved the
It's beautiful.
colors and I love that it's metal. But the tassel came off, and I tried reattaching it, but I made it worse. It started to come undone more. So if anybody knows how to fix it, that doesn't live so far away that shipping this costs a fortune, let me know because I need a new beautiful tassel on this one or a new
You can use that
beautiful
that
metal one.
same password. Maybe you want to check in stores where you can buy threads like these. How do you call that? Um, Stitching threads, like for cross stitching.
The thing is, I don't know how to do it so that it doesn't look all messed up. You know, this looks
Uh,
all messed up,
you
and
put a
this
needle
is
in the middle. So basically, you grab the tip of the new one and put the needle, and then put the needle in between, and then with the help of the needle, you will be getting the new thread to the other side without damaging.
well. I know what you're saying. I don't know how to get this knot in this thing and this to look clean, like it looks here. I don't know how to do this part so that it
Oh,
looks that like
I think
if somebody
using a needle is the
grabs
best option.
hmm,
Like a needle to get it through,
right.
to get the other side
I'm
through,
just
because
not very crafty with like needles and threads and wool. When I do something like that, it always looks like a mess. So, but I did get a few really beautiful bookmarks off of Etsy. I got 4 Macbeth ones. I mean, I initially I just wanted to have this one because this speaks to me. It's the look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under it. And I just love like the little snake there and everything. That speaks to me very much. And these 3 came in the bundle. I also love this quote from Macbeth. Stars hide your fires, let not light see my black and deep desires. It's just not my. I like how it looks. It's just not my favorite. I think it could be a little bit more. It could be a little. It could look a little bit more villainous for my liking.
Yeah, it looks so cute for the message.
Exactly. And then the typical, by the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. It's not my favorite quote. It's more of the witchy quote, which is not my favorite part of Macbeth. But this is one of my favorite quotes as well. False face must hide what the false heart doth know. I love this quote. The bookmark is a little boring, but I like it.
But I like the color.
Yes, I like that teal color too, but from like the visuals, this definitely is my favorite, and it's one of my favorite quotes anyways. And from this Etsy shop, I also got like a mix, like when you get like a reduced bunch of you don't like a mystery bag. I got this one. I think that speaks to a lot of people. Then reading is dreaming with open eyes with a
Wow, love that
that's
one.
nice, isn't it? Then this one without a quote, but some books. I love the look of this. I like this style of art. This one just says one more chapter. Very simple but cute. A little fox. That's not necessarily something for me, but it's cute. We also have some horses. Again, not necessarily something for me, but it's very well done. Like this art is really good.
Yeah.
I like this raven one. Probably never going to use it because I have others that I prefer to use. But and then this one for the spooky for the summer
Whoa.
out there.
Love
Also
that
very
illustration.
very beautiful watercolor.
Yeah.
And then one weekly quote, never trust anyone who has not brought a book with them. And this has kind of the dark feeling that I would have liked
In the other ones.
yeah, with these 2. But yeah, so I'm probably going to use this one for the Alloy of Law.
I think that's a good idea, actually. I love it. That's my favorite too.
Yeah,
17 pages is good. No, Sunny said like not much, sadly, and I'm like 17 pages is good.
Yeah, don't worry about that. 17 pages is 17 pages. But yeah, if anybody sees beautiful Macbeth quote bookmarks or merch that is not the witchy quotes, please share with me because I am completely hooked on getting more merch. I just read that one sentence that threw me off, and then I tried to get back into it. Oh no! Okay, I get that.
Nice to see you, Anna. Thank you.
Seriously, it's gorgeous. 37 pages of King of Stars. Very good.
Hi, Mayat.
I'll Google how to make tassels. If it turns out successful, I send you one. Thank you. Oh, that would be so awesome. YouTube it. That's a good idea. It doesn't help with me not being very good when it comes to very fine, like crafty things. I'm good with teaching myself things when it's about like drawing, although lettering I can't do either. I've tried teaching me lettering and I can't. I think I can do more like I'm not the best at working with tools or anything, but I think I can somehow figure out how to do like the bigger crafty things. But when it comes to like needle, threads, wool, knitting, I have tried all of that in the past, but it always looks off when I do it. It's something where it's not just about understanding how it goes, but having the motory skills and the practice to actually make it look neat. That's where I fail. I'm just not good
Oh.
at it.
I'm good at
I,
knitting just because my mom taught me when I was a child.
oh,
So
yeah, my mom was knitting as well. My mom was actually in school a teacher for arts and crafts, and she would teach knitting, sewing, and all of these kind of things. But that also meant that she would be so good at doing this that I never felt the need to learn it myself because she could do it. Same with my dad being a very good craftsman with like building shelves, and he was a teacher for students going into the electrical business, so like kind of vocational school. Um, and I never felt the need to learn how to build a shelf or how to do electrics or this kind of thing because my dad was so good at it that I just let him do it. And now I'm like, ugh, I wish I would have learned at least one of these skills.
there's an idiom in Spanish, like it has to be in every language. Like in the literally it would translate like in the house of the how do you call this? It is to say that when your parents are good at something, you won't highly likely be good. In the house of the blacksmith, there are wooden spoons.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
That's a
what it
beautiful.
means.
I love it. I love it. I love that. Sounds so good. I wouldn't know like Anna Sunny. Would you know a German idiom that would translate to that? Because that's beautiful. I love that. And it's it's kind of true because in my house we had a lot of knitted stuff. We had a lot of crafted stuff because my parents would do these things. But I was never somebody who wanted to be like her parents, so I would never learn what they were good at. I wanted to do something opposite. My brother is different. He learned everything from my dad, and he's really good at that kind of stuff. My sister, she's really crafty and skilled when it comes to building stuff. Um, so it's not necessarily because my parents weren't able to teach. It's because I didn't want to learn anything that my parents wanted to, like, were able to teach. And I do regret that today. I totally regret that today. I wish that my dad was still healthy enough to help me build out the van that I'm hoping to buy and build out this next year. He's not healthy enough to do that anymore, but I'm hoping that he lives long enough to see me do it. When I started looking into how the electrics need to be set up in the van, how I need to connect it to like the main battery, how I connect the second battery to the main one, and what I need to do in between, and learning about wattage and amperage and all of these things. And I was talking to my dad. You could really see him light up, and was like, "Yeah, you in your old days would have never thought that your your eldest, because I'm the oldest one out of four kids, would ever start learning about electrical shit." And here you get to live to see the day, to see that happen. And you're like, "Yeah, that's amazing. I didn't think that would happen, and it's really cool." So I love that. I hope that he sees me finish the bus. Um, he was like, it was so much fun. I was around my 40th birthday. I was visiting my parents, and we had pretty much the whole family was there for the first time after Corona started, and my son was rolling his eyes when we started talking about bus because my little sister, she has been building out a tiny car to just sleep in over the weekend. My other sister just sold her bus that she was using for camping. So my parents do own a bus that like I want to buy, but it's already built out. So it is kind of in the family. And when we started talking a little bit about bus, because I'm the only one who kind of has this idea of living in it full time, he was rolling in his eyes like, oh, my mom has a midlife crisis. And my dad was looking at him, laughing. He was like, yeah, no, your mom always dreamed of living in a bus. Like she was 18 and that was her dream. Like if she started learning to drive in a bus. That was my first car, and if we let her, she was gone and lived in that bus, and didn't come back before she needed to be back. So and it was so cute. Um, the hunter just sent me an image of a handmade bookmark. Look at this. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
He got that as a gift from an old friend. I love this. I mean, it looks like a mouse, kind of. I
Uh-huh.
would love
Uh-huh.
if it looked more like a snake. Um, but this is amazing. This is really amazing. Wow. I love it.
It looks great.
Um, Amazon has tassel costing. I'll have to look at it. Let's see if there's a beautiful one that I just want to buy, because I can buy shit. That's something that, that I'm good at. Buying stuff. I can do that.
The only thing you would have to do is attach the tassel,
Yeah.
the
I mean,
bookmark.
probably that's probably something that you can just hook like hook around. That should be I should be able to do that. I'm just mad that it broke.
Yeah, that's sad. But if you can fix it, then we're okay.
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the next sprint I'll look into tassels that are on sale on Amazon. But yeah, we're going into the alloy of law, right? We're starting this. Shall we go into another sprint and start reading Sanderson?
Yes, please. I'm scared because this one is very short. It's strangely short.
Yeah, right. It's weird to see a Sanderson that is only 300 something pages. Is it? Yeah. It's
203 for me on ebook. I'm reading it on Google Play Books, and it's 200 locations, if you want to call them. It's 20 chapters.
yeah, it's super short. The audiobooks that I found are super short as well. Oh my God, what is this?
The
Before
maps are amazing.
before chapter 13, there's like interesting. It looks like a paper. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's here as well. Maybe we'll figure that out, what that means.
Yeah, I think that I don't have the physical books because the maps at the beginning are incredible.
Oh yeah, yeah. My friend updated me that the sentence was both homophobic and transphobic. The book did so well. What's the sentence and what book was that again? It's Star-Crossed, right? You're reading Star-Crossed. And what is that sentence? Attaching a super sample. It has a loop already and you just pull it through the loop. That sounds good. I can do that. I can pull something through the loop. If you buy the 100 tassels, you will have spares and make anything into. You know it. I'm gonna make anything into a bookmark. 100 is a lot. I have to say goodbye today. Bye. I think I'm too tired to stay awake for a
Hi,
whole.
Anna.
Bye,
Good to
Anna.
see you.
The last cobwebs clearing from her eyes, she decided that if Lucas was gay, then she was going to get a sex change operation. He would be so worth it. Okay, I see. I see. Um, I can see how somebody at the age of 16 being in love would say something like that and not mean it in a homophobic way. But I can also see how somebody who is gay or who is trans would find this offensive. And assuming that this is an author who is an adult and not a pubert in the middle of their puberty, there's no excuse for like you need to be a little bit more careful about how you write, even though it might be something that a 16-year-old says. Does that make sense? What are you thinking, Anna?
I um I think that's probably, if they're young, like very young, I think that's probably what one like one of them could be thinking about the other one, if they're attracted, if they're more attracted towards a certain physical appearance. I mean, uh
They might be
what
figuring
you're
out their own.
saying is that I like this physical appearance. I'm more attracted to uh, people who look like males. So I'm going to be more attracted to them when they look like that. I think that's what they mean. Like a teenager could think like that. A very young
Yeah,
person could think like that,
yeah.
because
I think.
they
Yeah,
don't stop to reflect on their thoughts. Actually, they're not saying it. I think they're just thinking it.
yeah, yeah, and especially when they're young, figuring out their own sexuality makes it a little bit more complicated too. Um, but I do have a different like, even if that is realistic in terms of what somebody young would potentially feel, an author still should consider not writing it because it's
Yeah, I'm not
possible.
saying it's right. I'm saying it could be relatively normal for a very, very young person to think in
Yeah,
such a way.
yeah. Out of context, this sentence is very off-putting.
Exactly, that's the whole point, Sunny. The fact that if they're very young, they would just think on what they would like more or what they want, and
Mhm.
they're not saying it to the other person. Is the thinking process, and the thinking process of a teenager is regularly more selfish than anything.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's common, which it doesn't
yeah,
mean right.
yeah. No, I agree. Um,
Mm.
I agree. Um,
Oh,
wait. There's no context for
what are
certain
you reading, Sunny? What's that
non-offensive.
book? Because I haven't read that.
Star-crossed. I don't know the age the author was when Josephine wrote it. It's well, even if the author was a minor when she wrote it, I'm assuming that editors that this had to pass were not. I don't think, and even if you're 16 when you write a book, I still hold you to a different standard than the internal thoughts of a 16-year-old. It's pretty clear that he isn't gay. It is just that other people push her into that thought because he is starting to distance himself. I think that's even worse. But if the author handles that nicely, then this might be a good topic. Like the author needs to make clear that that behavior is wrong. Then it's a good part. If she doesn't, then it's not. Not like a person that they passed by in the street, but actually someone she's getting close to for weeks now. Definitely not saying it's right either. When I read it in 2012, I didn't even notice it because you were much younger. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And honestly, I think that even what you're saying here, it doesn't even matter. I think that at the age of 16, when you are crushing on someone, nothing matters. Like you're so selfish about it, and you're just thinking about yourself and about your crush and what you're feeling. So as Anna said, it's very common at a young age, but an author shouldn't condone that kind of thought process. Or it would be good if the author would show that that kind of thought process is wrong so that a teenager reading this actually notices it. You didn't notice it when you read it for the first time because you were much closer to that age, and probably it felt kind of normal to think that way, or you were not as educated yourself about it yet. So I feel like it's kind of the author's responsibility to be a part of that process and make you notice this sentence and that it's not okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. That's what I mean. Like it would be normal that they think in that way, but normal doesn't make it positive. It's just, I mean, maybe they want to portray that selfishness of a teenager, and that's why that's their thinking process. I don't know. I'm not justifying the other either. I'm just saying I don't know
mhm.
why what she's pretending to do in there.
That's a good point. If the whole narrative is about picturing this main character as very selfish girl in her puberties um, where then the author later on calls out in the process of the book calls out how wrong that type of being selfish is, then that might be something okay. But that's the only
Mhm.
context where I
Plus,
would feel.
yeah. Plus, at that moment, let's say most of the population didn't need to pay attention to those things as thinking them as unwritable, if you can call them like that,
Mhm.
because we were not so aware of how harmful those comments could be towards the reader. Like
Absolutely.
right now, if an author does it, then it's different. But at that moment, I'm not saying it was right again, but people were not as aware of those small issues.
Yeah.
I'm saying
Doesn't
small
really.
because it's just a sentence, but I
Yeah.
don't mean it's less
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
important.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear that you didn't say it's it's a small issue. Um, when you have a crush on someone, that's all that matters. I don't know if it's ever brought up again, but we will see. Uh, Still updating my series days. Oh dear, I'm in my piece. Author last name. You're gonna get there. I'm excited to hear your stats. Anna, before you were here, I was talking about my series stats and how many series I have unfinished. I
I don't
have
know.
147 books to read to finish all the series that I want to finish, that I have started. And that does not include a couple of series that I'm desperate to get to that I haven't even started. So, for example, I really want to start the Dresden Files. I really want to start some of Joe Abercrombie's books. I haven't started Robin Hobb yet. So, there's a couple of series that I really want to get to. And these aren't even included because I haven't started them. But I
Well,
have to finish a couple of series first.
I have an issue with a couple of series, a couple, just because I cannot get the books in the country in the original language, and I know you get the point.
Yeah.
So then I have to wait until I have enough money to order $35 from Amazon, which in the country is quite a lot of money. So they don't charge the shipping,
Yeah, that's
or
crazy.
until I can get them in another website that brings books here. You know, I
Yeah.
have to wait many occasions. So I have a very good student of mine. For those who don't know, I teach languages. Then this student of mine went to the States, and they said they would bring me as many books as possible. They asked me for my list, and I sent them a list of the top priority series, and then top priority standalones.
Nice.
So I don't know how many they brought. I just know I have started the Nevermore series, the middle grade, by
Mhm.
Jessica Thompson, but I only got the first one in the country.
Oh no.
So 2 and 3 have not gotten to the country, and if I order them, they'd be too expensive. Also, the Wizards of Wands, that's another middle grade series. I read the first one. When I went to get the second one, they didn't have it anymore, and they have not brought the other ones to the country. And they are like 4, I believe, and I'm missing 3 out of 4. I read the first one, loved it, and here I am.
Sunny,
Unfinished. I have the Cemetery of Forgotten Books.
so Sunny's asking if Book Depository doesn't ship to your to Colombia.
Yeah, but only once I have tried to get Book Depository, and book never got here.
Oh no.
And the problem is that Book Depository is like never aware. Like you have to complain so they know the book is nowhere to be found. Uh,
Did they
uh,
refund
so
you, or was it your loss then?
they should have refunded the person who gave me the book. It was a gift, and
Oh, okay.
like Amazon itself is much better, but you have to pay shipping if it's under $35. So I decided to open a PO box, a virtual PO box in Miami, but I still have to pay for shipping from the States to Colombia. And there's another website that doesn't charge you shipping, but these middle grade books are quite expensive uh, in there. And yes, I know, but Amazon works, Book Depository doesn't. I don't know why, but I know many people who have lost books from Book Depository or being delivered by them. Then what do I have? The Cemetery of Forgotten Books. I'm just missing the last one, but I have all of them now. So Arushan, The End of Time, another middle grade. I read the first one, got the second one in the country. They haven't brought the third one. Ken Follett. I have a couple of books by Ken Follett, and I didn't know they were part of series. So I need to get the other ones, and they're quite expensive here.
So
What
annoying.
do I have? Yeah, I have a few. The Percy Jackson series, but that one I can get the whole series in the country. So I am going to finish the Olympians this year. Assassin's Apprentice, I got the first one. I haven't started the series, so it doesn't count as an unfinished. The Akatar series. I'm missing Aqua, A Court of Frost and Starlight, and the last one, A Chord of Silver Flames, that I could get in the country, all of them, and I was very happy about it. Uh, I mean, I can go on and on. I have a few started series. I think I took note on my bullet journal of a few of them. Let me see.
I think for me, the worst thing is that I have 26 series where it's only the last book that I need to read to finish the series, and that needs to
That's worse.
that needs to be a priority to just finish these 26 books, because it's like then I can actually get that number down and probably start a new series. I
Okay.
might have to do, as Sunny said, I should do a challenge where I can only start a new series when I finish one. I think I need to get a
I
little bit
was
more
thinking
drastic.
of the same. Yeah. I
I
was
need to be
thinking.
more drastic, because I need to get that number down and not keep it the same. And I already started 9 series this year and only finished one, so it's
Well,
not going too well.
Akotar, Miss Peregrine's, The Cemetery of Forgotten Books, The Illuminate Files, because again, I couldn't get Gemina here in English, and I couldn't get Obsidio in English here. So again, same thing. Spellslinger, the Pandava Quartet, that's the Arushan, The End of Time, Nevermore, Percy Jackson, Pages and Co. That is another middle grade. Frostheart, but because the third one is still not out. Ark of Aside, I'm missing only the last one, The Toll.
Mm.
Winter Night, I'm missing only the last one. Wizard of Wands, The Maze Runner, I only read the first one. Legacy of Risha is a duology. I haven't read the second one. Lock and Key, that's a series of graphic novels, and I really liked the first one. Trilogy of the White Cities, thriller by a series of thrillers by a Spanish author, and I really loved the first one. Red Queen, I'm missing the last one, and a companion novel, but not that Red Queen in English. Another one by a Spanish author. The Analyst, I haven't read the second one. I think I have more, but yeah, that's the win to begin with. And well, Sanderson, I finished my first trilogy, but I think of the Kashmir as one thing alone.
What can you say that again? I
I
didn't
think
understand.
I think of the Cosmere
Yes.
as one thing.
Yeah, yeah, I have all the Cosmere books in my list, even though I haven't started each trilogy. But yeah, I think of it as well as, well, not as one, but as started series then, you know.
Yeah, I consider them a started series too. Oh, Bright Storm by Vashti Hardy, another middle grade. Get Alive, the Brown Sisters. I'm missing the last one. All the Pretty Monsters is another series. The Poppy Boy, I read only the first one.
I just
And yeah,
finished the third one. That's a series finished. Just finished that a few days ago, so yay. And it is so good. The ending
I'm
is
scared.
so good. It's so good. But it's so good in my world. Like, it's a, oh, I don't think it's for everyone. I mean, probably most of the people watching this live have a little bit of an understanding of my reading taste, how much I do love character arcs where they dabble into the villainous sides, into am I good, am I bad, and potentially exploring some evil parts, and where not everything is just happy end, go like happy go lucky. We're ending things because we're a big family and everybody loves everyone. Um, that ending, that whole development, the whole character development is so amazing. It's exactly what I love. It's perfect for me. And that ending was so good. Oh, and it's so raw. The whole, I mean, when you read the first one, you understand how raw it can get and how real it can get. And that feeling just lingers over the whole series. It feels like it's so good. I love that series so much. On that note, should we start getting into the alloy of law right after I have ordered some tassels? Now I can't decide the colors. I have found
The most similar to the
gold.
one you had, maybe?
Well, the one that I had was brown, but I can also get gold, and then there's a mixed yellow, which I'm not sure if it has gold included. But that means I don't have just one color, but I
But
also really like the mixed, like pinkish ones.
uh-huh.
And I do think that they all would go quite beautifully with the colors, you know?
Yeah.
They all would work.
I would get a bronze for that one.
Yeah, I don't think that they necessarily have bronze. Um, and I'm also thinking like if I get more than one, that's like 100 tassels. 100. You know, I don't need 100 brown ones. I want 100 ones that I like the color of. So I think 100 times the same color is a lot, even if it's an amazing gold. Oh, there's 32 options. I need some time here.
Yeah. But not next spring because we're starting the alloy of
Yeah,
law.
feeling more and more like you might actually enjoy my recommendation for your TBR game. Ooh, I'm excited. Anna, I asked you as well, right? So Sunny has already sent me a video for my TBR game. So she sent. Have you told me already what genre you're going to be
Yes.
recommending?
Yes,
Was it historical fiction from you?
it was.
Okay, so if it's historical fiction, then yours might be the next pick. But if it's sci-fi, it's going to be Sunny's pick. Ooh. I'm already so excited, and I hope that next time with a game, I'm going to pick that card because
It's a book you've been avoiding, but you're going to love the darkness of one of the main characters.
oh, I love that. Oh, that's the perfect pitch. I don't need it. I don't need to know anything else. The darkness of the character is all I need to know.
I mean, their characters are not dark, but of course
That's
they have their flaws and they're like shown as normal people. They are people.
good.
But there are a couple that are quite dark in different ways. But
I love
there's
it.
one that's
Oh no, I'm excited. I'm excited.
but you've been avoiding this book and you shouldn't have. So I'm going to make you read it.
I love that. That is perfect. That is what the prompt is for. Make me read something that I haven't, that's not already like high up on my TBR, or that I maybe don't have on my radar, or that I really need to get to next. So that's what the prompt is for. So I love that. All right, let's get into the next sprint so that we can actually start the alloy of law.
Wait. Let me change.
I need minute anyways to start to order my tassel. So happy reading, see you in 45, and I'm start in a few minutes. Welcome back. That's time. How did everyone do? Anna, how did you do?
I got to, according to this, page 15.
That doesn't
Um,
say much.
yeah, I'm close to finishing chapter 1. I read the prologue and
Mhm.
chapter 1, and I'm not that far from finishing chapter 1.
Yeah, I just finished chapter 1. And
So
in my
you're reading
book,
quicker because you have the physical copy.
it says page 41, which is crazy because it starts on page 15 because of the maps and everything. These pages count as like part of a book, and then there's some acknowledgments in the beginning explaining like the idea behind it, and so it starts at page 15. So now I'm on page 41, which is not really fair to like compare to where you're
Yeah.
at, right?
Yeah, because the first pages don't give me, they give me Roman numbers until I
Right,
get to chapter 1, and then I get page 1.
right.
That's the
So
difference.
how are you liking it? How are you liking it? It's very different, isn't it?
I was intrigued at the end of the prologue. I was like, no! And then I need to know more.
Yeah.
I need to understand. Like,
Yes. So from the acknowledgments in the beginning, I did understand that the idea that Sanderson did have is to have his fantasy world where Mistborn is playing into. He said that he didn't want to just have a world that across the time never changes technology. So he wanted
mm-hmm,
to have Mistborn, which feels more like a medievalish time, and then he wanted one in the more of like a current era, and then the third one in a futuristic era. And out of all of this, this is kind of a spin-off. I don't know what the words were he chose, because this is not the current time one. It's just something that was born out of that idea. He says this book isn't part of that second trilogy. It's a side deviation, something excited that grew quite unexpectedly out of my planning for where the world would go. So yeah, I like the idea of moving in this world throughout different times and making fantasy not just being medieval, and just have the connecting thread of how the magic works and everything. But it seems like the magic is evolving too, and now trying to understand
let's
how it
not say
works.
anything for whoever wants to read it, but yeah,
Oh,
I mean, I understand it because is we had a sample of that in previous books. I don't want to say anything else. We had a sample of it. The point is,
I
it's
don't.
now natural, and before it wasn't. That's the
Okay,
only
yes, yes.
difference. But we really had
Well,
a
I'm not
sample
sure.
of what could be.
Is it considered natural now? I don't know.
Yeah, they're born like that. Hmm.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting to see that, and it kind of, as I understand it, is that the characters and the storyline of the first one is now like myth and legend and potentially even religion, and how that weaves into this all, and how that world comes together is going to be really interesting. I didn't feel like we got a lot of that yet. So there's a lot where I'm like, ooh, I still need to understand how this works and how the first trilogy parts are influencing this world in terms of lore, religion, myth, etc. So that's really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I really liked the beginning. I liked it and disliked it at the same time.
I I really liked the between the prologue and the first chapter. You know, with a lot of books, you have a big disconnect between the prologue and the first chapter. You oftentimes have like completely different character, really long before the events of the first chapter or something. And here they are more connected, and I
Mhm.
really like that going
Yeah.
into this. It makes a little bit of an easier world building, and I do like how the effects from the prologue are impacting everything in the first chapter, and the character development is already quite interesting. So I'm very intrigued. So especially how, like, towards the end of the first chapter, you can really see a little bit
Don't
of.
tell me anything because I haven't finished.
No, I don't think that's a spoiler to see how, when you say that you see how the character develops and how it you go into. Um, I just think it's a beautiful arc over a chapter. It's like um, it's not some. It doesn't feel. It just feels like a beautiful arc and not random tidbits, and it just makes sense. And it feels at the end of the first chapter, it just feels like it's tying up a, a train of thought. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So I think that's really beautifully done to really spark an interest. So Mel, it seems like, is not joining us. I hope you feel better soon, Mel.
Yeah.
Completely understand that if you don't feel well, that you don't want to be on camera. So um, hope you feel better soon. Hi, good to see you.
Hi,
Hi,
Melissa.
Lisa. Hi, Lalita. I had to disappear for a bit, but I've just finished my poetry book. Nice. Now you just need to go and review it. I assume your thoughts haven't changed towards what you said yesterday. 26 pages, that's really good.
Whoa.
45 pages of stars. Najat, I'm not sure if you shared how you're liking it, because I've heard very mixed things about King of Scars. And I think the mixed things that I've heard are basically mostly about what people are expecting and what they're getting, not about the quality of the book, but more of like expectations and reality. So, how are you thinking? Like, how are you liking it? Hi, Leslie. I joined at 15 and read 4 pages of Wish You Were Here by Jodi Picoult. I finished reading Ready Player 2 earlier. How did you like Ready Player 2? I'm so intrigued by that book. I loved Ready Player 1, but I'm quite anxious that Ready Player 2 is an unplanned
I've
sequel.
heard Ready Player 2 was not needed, was not necessary at all.
But was it? I mean, a lot of books aren't necessary, but they're still fun and good. But not necessary. But that sounds like a not necessary in a not good way, and that's what I'm scared of. I feel like a lot of times when people are writing a standalone that all of a sudden is really successful, and then they're trying to put a sequel on top of it, it just becomes awkward because you can tell it wasn't planned in a
From the
like an
beginning.
epic story.
Mm. Mm.
It just feels off. So yeah, I'm curious to hear what you think, Leslie. Done updating my
Oh,
list.
finally!
Yay!
Yes!
77 unfinished series, not including graphic novels and manga. So that's not that much more than I have. As we realized, don't have all the series on mine, and I'm at 65. So we're good, Jocelyn. We're good.
We're
um,
approximately on the same number, I think.
yeah. Just curious, Jocelyn, are you going to, or are you planning on prioritizing this? Are you like, or does that make you anxious? How does that make you feel to know that you have 77 unfinished series? And um, what do you think how many of these are? Like, for me, the most astonishing thing was knowing that it's 26 series that I could finish with just one book. That's like, come on, just do it. Just do it. So I kind of want to prioritize these, but I also, yeah, I think this month I have one series on my TBR that I'm going to finish. With that, I have one where I'm going to catch up with. Oh no, that's actually finishing two, and then two where I'm just progressing in. So
Oh, so the second one is Obsidio?
that's the second one. Gemini's the second
Oh.
one. Obsidian is the third. So this one is progressing, but I'm going to finish Pattern Master, and I'm going to finish the Elemente. So it's two other series that I'm hoping to finish this month. Yep.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a good start to the month that I'm already reading two books that are going to progress me in series, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah. That's prioritizing.
I think it's just hay fever or something. Oh no, that sucks so much. Allergies are ABITCH. My sinuses are feeling blocked and I have a headache, but I'll be okay.
Mel, if you can go to the beach, go for a beat for 40 days in a row and sniff seawater.
What did you say? How many days?
40 in a row. You will never get sinusitis again.
Okay, 40 days is a long time if you're not living close to a beach, but I'm not sure. I mean, for Mel, how far is it to the beach for you, Mel? In my mind, you have to live close to the beach because you live on an island.
Yeah, but it's a big island.
I honestly have no idea how small or big Tasmania is.
Oh, no worries, Mel. It's you have to sniff seawater, ocean water, through your nose. That is uncomfortable, but at some point comes down through the back of your throat, and you have to swallow it. But it has to come in through your nose for 40 days.
So you have to go down to the water, sniff it in like once, like
and swallow it.
and
Like as
swallow
much
it.
as you can. Like if you can do it a couple of times, better. Like it's not going to take more than a couple of minutes.
Like
For
really gross and
it's
something.
uncomfortable, but it took my sinusitis away, my sinusitis away forever. I had chronic sinusitis, Mel.
I mean, that sounds really good, but it also, I mean, it sounds really awful, but the results sound really good. So it's like
uncomfortable, but it's not like, it's not painful or anything. So something that is uncomfortable but not painful for 40 days versus your whole life with sinusitis. Yeah, there's a win there. So
yeah. Mel, if you try it, let us know. If you try, let us know how it worked out.
Yeah.
I've been trying to finish some series this year. I get that. The synopsis in Goodreads was overly vague, so I kind of went in blind, and even the first third of the book, I had no idea where this was going. Oh dear. But I like the characters since this mainly follows Zoya, Nikolai, and Nina. The characters are moving it forward for me so far. Yeah, those are all characters that I would be interested in following further too. So it's good. So the sea is literally down the road. That's good.
You see?
Only 13 series that I only have one big book to read, but I only plan on finishing 11 of them. So yeah, the other two then don't count anymore. They're not part of the list. Take them off the list because if you DNF them, if you don't plan to finish the series, they're off the list.
Yeah. Call it a serious DNF.
Yeah, I could do that, but will I? Yeah, I mean it's a good argument to say it's uncomfortable, but
not painful.
if it really, yeah, and if it really helps, the thing is, Anna, I think that just because it worked for you, it's not a guarantee that it works for other people.
I have
And
seen that recommended by many doctors. So,
yeah,
and it was a doctor who told my mom, like, take her to the beach and let her do this as much as she can sniff for 40 days, and that will work. And yeah, that it does. And you don't have to take medication, and you don't have to be dependent on anything. By the way, your nose has been doing quite well. Are you back on the inhaler? Cici?
I'm good. I'm not back on it. So
Yay!
um, I feel like that it's a little bit more closed off than it previously was, like permanently. I have sometimes that when I wake up, I feel like my nose closes off a little bit sooner than it did previously, but I can live quite normally without needing
And
no.
speak normally. I'm so happy for you. I remember those
Oh,
springs.
awful experience. Honestly, I'm preaching to everyone now, like never get on these, like don't even use it once. It's not worth it because you use it once, you can already be addicted to it. Because it is a physical addiction because
Yeah.
right away your body gets used to it. So that's not okay. There are two
Saline
main types.
solution is the same thing, Nayat. Is the same thing. It's just in the sea, the salt level is higher, so it's much more efficient than the saline solution itself. But it's the
Mm,
same effect. Like you're sniffing the water and it's coming down the back of your throat.
interesting. Yeah.
Mm. It works.
It's good to know. So I'm thinking one more sprint because it is 1 o'clock and I have to try and get onto a more of a morning routine because on Wednesday we have our filming day in Rome and we want to get up the crack of dawn to do most of the filming for my friend that we're going there for right when the sun came up, so before tourists are out and everywhere. So it looks like we want to start filming at 6 a.m., which is not my time. Um, and I need to start and try and get a little bit more on a morning routine so I don't die getting up at 6 a.m.
Yeah, I know the feeling perfectly. I teach twice per week, 6:30. So I wake up at 5 to do exercise, and it kills me. I'm a
Yeah,
night owl.
yeah, same. And I mean, I'm on a routine where I don't get up between like noon, 1 p.m.
Yeah.
So 6 a.m. is really early. And I mean, 6 a.m. starting to film. That means like getting up earlier. And I have
Yeah,
so
I
much
like
stuff
that.
to do before I can go. I have like such a long list of things that I need to get done tomorrow. Um, that I can't sleep until noon because I won't be able to finish everything that I need to do. Cleaning your sinuses with saline solution does help with allergies. I
You
do it
see?
when my sinuses are plugged to help prevent a sinus infection, which I tend to get.
It's the same than seawater. It's just seawater, it has higher concentration of salt. And so that's why it's more effective.
Interesting. So yeah, Mel, let us know how it goes. I'm really interested in
Yeah.
your experience. So, you ready to get some more reading in The Alloy of Law?
I am.
I'm quite excited to see where this goes.
Yeah. Me too.
All right, then this is the last one, everyone. I hope you get some reading done. Happy reading. See you in
Happy
45.
reading, everybody.
Welcome back. How did everyone do?
Well, I'm about to start chapter 3. So this cat
Okay.
decided to make a scandal, so he distracted me. Um, ah, I really hate that, but I think there's a plot somewhere in there, in that room. I mean, I
Say that
think
again.
I think he was meant to hate her and to really like the other one.
He was meant to hate Steris and like
Yeah,
the other one.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't read that into it, but that's an interesting theory. I like
Because
the
there's no
idea.
reason why she would be there, and he's actually wondering at some point, like, why did they bring her? There's, you know.
Oh, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So Steris is making herself unbearable on purpose, I believe.
I love her. I love
I
Steris.
hate her. She's so
And
annoying.
great
She's like
character.
Sheldon Cooper, but in a female version. I'd rather have Sheldon Cooper. I like Sheldon.
It's I think that this character brings so much depth and another layer, and I think it's a fun character to read because
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's similar to like watching Sheldon Cooper is fun. Living with him probably not so much. And it's the same with Steris. Reading about this character is really funny.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if I would like her in my real life, but as a character in a book, I adore Steris. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm almost at the end of chapter 3, and I'm enjoying this book, but I have to say it's completely different to what I expected. It does not feel like a fantasy at all. At this
Yeah.
point, it feels a little bit more like a mystery, like a murder mystery type of
Yeah.
a person has to solve a crime kind of deal, which
Hmm.
is very like it's a very unusual feeling for a fantasy. And also the fantasy, like the magic part, feels more like superpowers, like superpowers than magic
Hmm.
in this one right now. So I'm
Yeah. I
excited
mean,
to see where it leads.
yeah, I'm liking the mixture. Like, I like having new ideas by mixing genres, and it's quite refreshing.
Yeah. No,
I like the
I'm
unexpected.
intrigued. Sorry, what?
I like the unexpected.
Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued. It's different than what I expected, but I'm intrigued. So it's not a bad. I'm usually not a murder mystery type of person, but so far, it's not in a way that it's overbearing and not interesting. 14 pages read. Good. Of Wish You Were Here. Is it right?
Yeah,
Listen to Cursebreakers 3 so I could work on my series list. Yay!
I need to make mine to update mine too.
Yeah, do that. As I mentioned earlier, I did post my mine on Twitter, and I do have to update it. So yeah, please share yours. Feel free to like go on the thread on Twitter and share yours. I'd love to see your stats. That like everyone watching yours, Anna, would love to see that. And
Me
28
too.
pages. So good. Everybody has been reading so much today. It's so good. I love it so much. Yeah, officially in this book, I'm on page 75, which feels so weird that I'm already on page 75. Having 15 pages head start is a lot, but this book only has like 300 and something pages. So being on page 75, it's like, am I even reading a Sanderson if I can get almost through a third of it in 2 sprints?
Yeah,
It's
I
so
know.
so weird. It feels so weird. I don't know. But yeah, maybe because it has this murder mystery feeling, it's good that it's more towards 300. Um,
Yeah,
maybe
I
that
mean,
works better.
tonight I'm planning to finish this one because I have less than halfway to go, and it's 255 in total. So it's just fine.
Wait, you have
Soulbound.
less than halfway to go?
In no, but in Soulbound.
Oh, okay. I was
You
like,
can, yes,
what?
yeah, 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 yeah. And then I'm going to try and get to at least the beginning of chapter 6 in the Alloy of Law tonight.
Right. Yeah, I'm hoping to finish the Alloy of Law tomorrow. Hoping to finish Gemina tomorrow. I want to finish these two before my trip. Because I don't want to. I mean, I could potentially pack this because it's a light and tiny book. But the way that it reads this quickly, I'm not sure if I want to take a book that I already have read half. I'm thinking about taking Pattern Master because it's really small and light. Like this should fit into my bag quite well and not take a lot of time.
Yeah.
Also, I love the covers of that series so much. So this could be a good choice to take with me when traveling. And I actually think that I'm not going to be reading much over these few days because we will be filming a lot, and I do have to work full time, so I'm not going to be reading much. But I'm going to need a little bit of book on a plane ride. So, yeah.
Yeah, maybe before bed or something.
I'm going to be sleeping in the same room with my friend. I'm not sure how much
Ah,
I'm gonna need a book.
yeah.
So yeah, we're sharing a room. She's paying for the room because she has a project that she's planning for YouTube, and she's doing it pretty much professionally. So she's putting quite a good amount of money into the production of the first couple of episodes and into marketing and everything. We're there to film the second episode, and so she's paying for the hotel and some admission to things where she wants to get into. But yeah, we probably need like half a day for her stuff, and then we have a couple of hours where we're just going to go take a look at the city, and I'm going to be filming a couple of things in between, and we're going to be working for the rest of the day. It's pretty much the plan, but yeah, it's quite cost effective for me. It's like 80 euros for the flight is nothing.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to have to pay another maybe 50 euros for transport, like to and from the airport and metro card and that kind of stuff. And then food. It's really affordable trip. So I'm really looking forward to it. And it's going to be really hot. I just have I don't have Imperial, I just have Celsius numbers right here, right now. But it's currently in Germany, it's between like, this week is like between 22 and 24 degrees. I'm not sure that's that's like 73, 75, I think. I'm not sure. Um, and then Rome is planned to be 35, 36 degrees, which is like, I think 95-ish. So it's a huge temperature difference. And also here it's going to be like cloudy, rainy, and in Rome it's going to be like really sunny.
Yeah,
So
probably.
yeah, oh wait, I can just switch it to Fahrenheit. So here it is between 72 and 75. I wasn't that far off, was I?
Not at all.
Not at all. And then Rome is 95 on Tuesday and 97 on Wednesday. I'm starting to be good at
Converting.
converting between Fahrenheit and Celsius. Proud of myself for being able to convert that. I'm
Yeah,
adding
those are
some.
serious too.
I
Those are
don't count.
serious too. I do.
I would like my list would explode. I don't feel with comics and mangas and graphic novels and the series that I've started, I just don't feel as much a desire to finish them. I think the only ones that I really want to get to are the ones from the Buffyverse because I want to know how they develop after I heard that James Masters was has written some and the character arc for Spike was developing quite interestingly. I want to know where this is going. But other than that, there's a few mangas that I found interesting, but I don't have a big desire. It's like if I continue them, it's fine, but I don't feel like, oh yeah, I really need to go and continue that series. So that's why I don't count them, I think. 20 pages, really good, Purple Rain Hearts. Listen to 2 chapters of A Gathering of Shadows with my husband. When it was done, my husband looked at me and said, "That's it. It was just getting good." We all know that feeling. We all know that
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to go and continue listening to it with your husband now. So yeah, otherwise your husband might be mad or something. I don't know.
It's good to be able to read with your partner.
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel like I never like my ex-husband. He started Game of Thrones at one point because he was really into the TV show, but he was much of a reader and he liked it, but then like he liked the story and he liked reading it, but then he just wasn't into reading it enough to really continue much. And if you're not a big reader, going into Game of Thrones is like going to the Olympics without having trained, I feel like.
Yeah, yeah, it's not a good idea.
But that's it. Like I never had a partner who was really into reading. 70 series started. I skipped some comics and graphic novels.
But
Okay.
if you write the name of the series, you'll be able to see all of them.
What do you mean?
No, Sunny. Sunny wrote like
Yeah.
the Goodreads doesn't show it's a series until you click on the
Oh,
book. But
oh.
if you knew the name of the series, then it would show you all the books. But it does to me. Maybe on the phone it doesn't, but on the computer it does to me. It shows me when I type in the name of the book, it shows me in parentheses the name of the series, and it says the number of the book it is.
But it doesn't always. Not every book has in the title, behind the title, the sometimes it's just when you click on it. It's not always that it shows. If I find an example, I'm gonna next time I'm going to share it with you. Or
Yeah,
Sunny, if you have an example, share it so we can show it. But yeah, it's not with all of them. Yeah. So wait, let's go back to Jocelyn. I haven't read that. I told him that was it for tonight, unless he wanted to binge the book. I love how you're like, you have total control over him when you're limiting his exposure. Like, you do not get to read more of this for today. Yeah, I love it. It's so much fun.
maybe
All
one
right,
more chapter. Although we all know what one more chapter means.
exactly. We know what that means. That's not happening.
Well, night up.
I feel like I need to read one more chapter before I go to bed, but it's already 2 a.m. And as I said, I need to get to a morning schedule. So I really do. I need to go to bed like immediately. My list, what I need to do tomorrow is so long. I need to go and sleep.
You tell
Oh,
me.
So, Blood of Wonderland by Colleen Oakes. So there you go, Anna. You can look that up on Goodreads, and that's a good example. I don't count manga and comics. I have them separately and haven't updated it in a year. You do you. You do whatever works for you. My husband read a lot when he was growing up, including the Wheel of Time and Game of Thrones series. Once in a while, I can get him to listen to audiobooks with me during trips. Otherwise, he's picky. Ooh, picky reader can be exhausting, I think. I do want to finish the chapter as a mid chapter. Yeah, I'm finishing my chapter. That's like literally 2
It
pages.
shows me. It shows me it's in a series, and it shows me the name of the series and the book number.
It does?
Yeah. Not on the phone, probably, but on the computer, it does.
Now I'm curious.
I started typing in the book title, and without clicking on the book, it showed me. Whoa, the Poppy War. That's a great one. Yeah, I think the problem is the app, the phone app, because the computer is completely different. I actually deleted the phone app because it wouldn't even, because I don't have an iOS, it wouldn't even allow me to choose different editions.
Yeah.
So I hated the phone app because I didn't have so many
Same.
options.
And
I
yeah,
just use the computer.
it does show on my computer, but I have seen a few series where it didn't show on the computer either. If I find one, I'll let you know.
So use it on the computer mainly, Sonny. It should be better for you.
Yeah. I was thinking about trying the Poppy War thing. Well, I love the Poppy War series, as I told you. I think it depends on what type of reader he is, because I think the Poppy Wars is amazing, but I think that some parts in the beginning can feel a little bit YA-ish for a picky reader, and then like in the very beginning it's a little bit in like a school setting, and some of that can seem a little bit YA-ish. You have to get through that, and then it just gets very rough, very real, very and then overall over all of the 3 books you have incredible character development, but in a way that it might not be for everyone. If you're the type of person who wants like real heroes that stay heroes and are very clean, clear heroes, you're not getting them. If you like to dabble more into the morally gray, or I don't want to say morally gray because that's not really fitting, but when you like a character who is struggling with 2 sides, with good and evil, struggling with where am I going, struggling with decisions, and is dabbling into both, and needs to make decisions, and you can really see how a mind is being tainted, if that's a correct description, then this series will be amazing. But it is not for everyone. It is very real and very raw, and it gets very graphic at some points. So yeah, that would be my summary and recommendation.
Mhm.
I like the app on the go, not in this country. Okay. I prefer on the phone because quick and easy, and I usually only use it to log in, reading, and read. Yeah, for that it's good. I have the app for looking at books. For example, when I really like the app for when I'm just trying to find a book that I have in my hand, to just do the cover search.
Uh-huh.
I like the app for looking up books that I'm hearing about on a live stream or something. But for most other things, I do prefer using Goodreads on a computer.
I don't like the storygraph.
I
I must be the only person I know who doesn't
no,
like it.
I
It's
don't like it.
very plain, visually speaking, for me.
Which
It doesn't allow much interaction with people at all. I see it as a place to have your own lists for yourself, but not so much as to interact with other people.
really?
And there are far way too many editions it doesn't have. from many books in many languages. It's oof far away from having, like, at least half of the books I try and register don't exist in the edition I'm reading or in the language I'm reading. It's just mm-mm.
Yeah, for me, one of the things that I like about Goodreads is that to me, it feels like a quite reliable source to see what editions exist and what editions are possible. And one thing that I actually have been using a lot with Goodreads as well is I like how you can link your favorite online stores. And when you go on an edition, it actually searches for this edition in the store. So when I go into Amazon and I look for, let's say, the Alloy of Law, I just get like one edition, like one search result. It's like the most available that I can purchase. But if I'm looking for a certain cover edition, it's so hard to search. And it doesn't matter which bookstore it is. I feel like it's hard to search for that specific edition. But on Goodreads, I can then select that, and when I search through that, it definitely leads me to that in the store. And I have been using that a lot because when I purchase a book, the edition is important to me. So yeah, I that's something that I really enjoy about Goodreads.
Yeah, it's been on for a couple of years already, at
Mhm.
least. And they focused on creating a paid version of the app instead of focusing on improving those things for the general public. So that's something.
I mean, it's quite to be quite fair. It does cost money to create
Yeah.
an app like this, and to get all of the data in there, you need to hire people to put it in there. So finding a way, like I would be okay with something like a one-time purchase and then having access to it if it has everything. But Storygraph would need to give me something that Goodreads really can't give me. And right now, I don't see. One thing I think that Storygraph did that I liked was how I was surprised when you just said that it's less interactive and you can just do your own lists. Because what I've seen was you can create like readathon challenges, and then you can tag your own book and enter it which one you use for the challenge or something like that.
Yes. Are you really talking to other people? No, you're
Hmm?
not. Are you really talking to other people, chatting with other people about certain books, reading the reviews of other people? No, you're not.
No, I'm not chatting with people, but to be honest, I'm really not chatting much on Goodreads either. I like how somebody else sets up their readathon challenges, and then I can select in my like database what challenge I read them for. I kind of like that. I haven't actually looked into the reviews part of Storygraph. So what you're saying is that I cannot read other people's reviews.
I'm not sure if you can read other people's reviews. I cannot say anything about that. But what I like about Goodreads is that you have a home in which you can see other people's reviews and comment what you thought on the books, and then they can reply to you, and you can have some interaction with others, because that's what enriches my reading experience. Like, otherwise I would just not be in the community. That's one of my favorite things from the community, that
Yeah.
you can really give different opinions and get to see things in a way you didn't see them before.
True. That's one of the main things that I'm using Goodreads for as well. And also I use it on the app
Mm.
when I'm struggling with a book, or when I'm struggling with a topic in a book. I sometimes I use the app, I go to the book, and I look up 1 and 2 star reviews to see if the issue that I'm having is something that other people picked up on, and if that keeps happening, because that might be a reason for me to DNF. If it's something that nobody's talking about, or if the things that I see in 1 and 2 star reviews are not something that worry me, I keep on reading. So kind of like okay, is that getting better kind of deal. So this is one of the most important things. Also, when I finish a book that I loved that has like a different cultural background or something. So one of the examples would be American Dirt. I loved American Dirt. It was a clear 5-star to me. I loved reading it. But I felt like it was a little bit stereotypical, and I was wondering how authentic it is, because it just felt like it potentially might not be authentic. I still loved the story. I loved the voice. I loved the storytelling, but I was like, I don't know if this is a good representation. So
Mhm.
for me, it was really important to be able to go on Goodreads and check how much of a real representation it is, and then reading how some people were saying that it's really bad, that it's a really bad representation, that it's very stereotypical and potentially harmful in the way that it is stereotypical, was really important for me to know about it. It doesn't change that I loved the book, that I enjoyed the story. But I have more of a fantasy feeling about it than a historically accurate telling. Because in fantasy, you have stereotypical characters, you have stereotypical villains and heroes, and that is okay. Um, but it's not something that taints the image of a certain real person. So now, for me, American Dirt feels in my heart like a good fantasy, but not a good historical fiction and representation. And it's, for me, it's quite important to know that. So if Storygraph doesn't do that for me, there's no reason for me to use Storygraph.
Mhm.
I also like with Goodreads that not always you can see how many books are in the making in the series. Oh, that's
Yeah.
true. I like that too. And when the potential release date is, even if it's being
Mhm.
moved, it's really good to know that. I think the paid version is to be able to then upgrade everything.
Yeah,
What?
but upgrade how? How do you upgrade that? The features it has.
I think
Yeah, I
start
like the
for
graph
personal.
thingy, but for that I have a Google sheet that gives me the graphs I want how I want them.
The thing is, Goodreads has all the data already. So
Yeah.
I'm so amazed that Goodreads is not giving us that data, because
Mm.
avid readers love the stats. They love, so that's really interesting. I think also when they were talking about changing and updating and what they're working on, what the I was part of like a discussion where the people from Goodreads were sharing some information about what they're working on, and what the next updates are going to be and everything. And we were able to send in a few questions and everything. And they pretty much told us that their focus is on making Goodreads more accessible to the casual reader, because people who are casually reading are very overwhelmed by how cluttered Goodreads is. Because there's a lot of information on the book pages in one place. It's very cluttered and overwhelming, and their focus is to make it more accessible to the casual reader. And I was like, what? Goodreads is being like, mostly Goodreads is being used by avid readers, so it would be great to not just focus on what the casual readers want to
Yeah.
get them in. You have a huge community of people already. Try and satisfy them, and giving them something like data. Come on, that's easy. It's already there.
Actually, you could make it an option. Like make your graphic. If you don't want to make it, you don't make it.
Yeah.
Easy. Or get your graphic. If you don't want to see it, you don't see it.
You can actually see reviews of others. You can't comment as far as I can see on the phone. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean for the interaction.
I do like with Storygraph, you can yourself rate the pacing, mood, and say if it's more character or plot driven. Yeah, there's a few things, but um, some of these things I think are going to be coming to Goodreads. So like tagging and yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but I think some of these things
That
are
wouldn't
coming.
sell me anything anyway, because I'm atmosphere driven. I'm non character or plot, so it wouldn't tell me anything. I need atmosphere. That's what I need. If they only divide it in character plot, then it's not giving
I'm
me anything.
I'm not sure if it's so limited, or if I
I think
remember
so.
correctly, you were able to quite openly give it tags, or that could have just been Goodreads. Also, like that, readers can tag trigger
That's
warnings.
good. Yeah.
That's good.
I don't, it wouldn't be useful for me either because I'm not that triggered to avoid a certain topic in a book. But I understand how that feature is a great one to have.
I mean, the money is being used to then upgrade the whole system. So what you're
Yes,
saying,
but
the money that you're spending, that the company is using it to make the app better. Yes, I get that. But if I'm paying money, what am I getting for that?
what am I getting? Uh-huh.
Um, because otherwise it's more of a donation and not a paid version.
Mm-hmm.
I only wish that authors would post somewhere how many books are planned in a series, or if it's a standalone book. They can always update the information if their deal is extended. I think that Daniel Green has a video where he's ranting about Goodreads, where he's like, "Why me as an author? Why do I not have any power over what is being uh, posted about my book and about future coming books?" Because he has posted something on Twitter at one point, and one of the people who were following him were putting that in like the official part of the book on Goodreads, and he was trying to get that like deleted because it was just like a crappy tweet. And he's like, "That's not what the book is about." But that wasn't a fun video to watch, to see him rant, and I totally understand where he's coming from. Goodreads is has a lot of things to work out.
Yeah. There are
Sunny,
wrong classification sometimes, like books wrongly classified in genres or age ranges.
so Sunny, I can tell you right now, you will not be getting half-star rating on Goodreads. That was one of the questions that a lot of people asked and a lot of people want to see, and it was a very clear no, because so Amazon has done research on star rating, half-star rating, etc., and how much of a benefit people are getting from half-star ratings, and how much that need is satisfied if you allow half-star rating. Like, Amazon has done studies on this, and not just one study. And um, the results show that even though a lot of people are asking for half-star ratings, the satisfaction level when they're getting them is not really there. What they actually found in studies is that when you give people half-star ratings, they're asking for quarter-star ratings, and when you give them quarter-star ratings, so um, it's like a need that you can never satisfy. But with each level, it reaches an additional complexity that might infect other things, might affect other things. So there is no benefit, or very little benefit, but a big caveat that people don't see to half-star ratings. So Goodreads has said that half-star ratings is definitely not on their list to include.
Yeah, I get why.
Sorograph, you can do. See, you can do. Yeah, where does it end, and what does it? I mean, to be fair, the rating on Goodreads does give me a 4.98 or whatever. When you average it out, it does show me this number. It's just that I need to decide. I mean, I don't mark anything in there and only do my rating, but I appreciate it. Plus includes ad-free, advanced stats, unlimited recommendations. And more advantages. The biggest is probably priority support. If I need support, the app is bad. I can survive without, but I like it as a feature that it's there.
Ad
Sounds
free, I
like
have no problem because I don't get ads on Goodreads.
well, there are ads on Goodreads that we don't necessarily see as ads. So some of like the
Oh,
books.
the books, certain books. I never look there. It's just on the right hand side, right? Yeah, I never look there, ever.
And I mean, a lot of the lists, like the featured 25 books to read this summer kind of deal, you pretty much can
Yeah, I don't open those.
are kind of ad. Well. There's, I mean, this is where it comes into play that it is owned by Amazon because
Yeah,
publishers don't need to pay. It's not like the publishers pay advertising space. It's a calculation in like behind closed doors where they say if we show this book on the list and it sells more on Amazon because of that, it's like an internal ad kind of deal.
yeah, but I never check any of those. Not the top books, but no, I read whatever I see and find interesting around, or somebody refers the book to me, but I do not check those lists. I get bored of trying to read the synopsis of all those books. No, I don't. I just
I mean, sometimes when it sounds like it's an
oh,
interesting list, then yes. Simuse is asking one thing, wanting more. Yes, definitely, definitely. How am I so close to being?
yay, that's exciting.
Yay! What's your reading goal and where you're at? Share
What's
your
your reading goal this year, everyone? What's your reading goal, Sissy?
Mine is 150. I read 149 last year, so I'm 150, and I am 111 already.
Gosh, I haven't read that. I'm far from that. I've read
So,
80. Gosh, how do you do it?
oh,
Well,
actually,
I study at the same time I work, so I reckon that the difference is there in the
it's
studying time.
112. I haven't put The Last of the Poppy Wars as read.
85.
50 and up. Wow, that is so good. 46. That is amazing. That's really good.
Yeah. My goal is 102, and I have read 85 so far.
That's really good. I mean, come on, that's not that much less than I mean, you make it sound like you have read two versus my 111. You're not that it's not that much less.
It's a lot. It's a huge difference.
It's
It's
not
nearly 30 books. Come on.
25.
That's a lot of books.
Audiobook have once again saved my behind. Yeah.
Same.
Same. So for me, being able to read audiobooks while reading the physical book has really sped up my reading. Also, not being able to do much else than reading. A lot of the socializing that I did in the last years, I couldn't really do yet this year. And I don't know. I think that the more I read, the more my reading is speeding up. And I'm also when there's sometimes when I'm in between, I'm bored with this book. Am I going to DNF it or do I finish it? I start reading it a little bit faster, especially with contemporary. I can read them pretty fast now,
Yeah.
and can get through it really quickly. Like once I'm halfway through, I can start almost speed reading the rest. If it's a contemporary, with fantasy, it doesn't work that well. But also, one thing that has changed a lot for me is since my work allows for me to not having to wake up with an alarm, my sleeping has been a lot better, which means when I'm awake and I'm not tired. It's not like, and when I lie down for a nap, I don't immediately fall asleep and wake up all disoriented. So if I lie down on the couch and close my eyes for half an hour, it's relaxing and just like a break, but I don't fall asleep because I'm rested when I wake up in the morning. So I can lie down in like when I do my lunch break, I sometimes lie down for an hour on the couch, close my eyes, and put on an audiobook. And I can really listen to it and get lost in it and not fall asleep. And before like before I was able to, before I, when I had to get up with an alarm, I was not able to do that because I would fall asleep. That also helped my reading. It has also saved my wallet because being in a different country, I saved money with my audiobooks. Okay, 26 for audio. That's good. My goal was 16 read.
Yay!
Yay! So good.
Good for you, and we're at the same number. That's great.
7 physical. That's very little physical. Yeah,
Yeah.
really good job with that. It's all the readathons, true readathons. And honestly, it's the live reading sprints as well. The reading sprints um, have helped me from getting into a slump. Whenever I would be very close to slumping or prioritizing Netflix, the reading sprints always take me back to
These
reading.
sprints have saved me a couple of times from slumps. Like these sprints.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
My goal last year was to complete one readathon. I didn't think it was possible. I was wrong. Yeah, I'm so excited this year also, having started my first readathon myself with the Eliathon. I'm also really excited for the second round. We had a great discussion yesterday for the second round of Eliathon. We picked the topic and we're starting to craft some things around it, and I'm really looking forward to it. I think we said September, but yeah, I'm still looking forward to this. Mostly audiobooks. I love audiobooks. 7
Yeah.
isn't a lot, but I have been here in Ontario since February, and since I've been here, I read 4 physicals. I get that. I think if I wouldn't already own so many physical books, it would be different. Although that's not true. I love physical books, and if I don't have the book that I put on my TBR, I do order them. So, want to get back into physicals. What announcement video? What are you planning to announce? What are you doing? Share.
I want to know.
My goal was 60 books. I'm at 91 total and 68 without graphic novels and manga. That's really good too. So proud of y'all.
Yeah, that's
Really.
amazing.
I'm
So
just
if I
waiting.
finish 2 books today, if I get to finish All the Light We Cannot See and Soulbound tonight, then I'll have read 87 and I'll be happier. And if I can get to finish the Alloy of Law between today and tomorrow, I just want to get to 100 by
Yeah.
mid-August, the latest, and that's a lot.
Well, you can do that. I have full faith
15.
to do that. So I'm excited to see, Sunny, what your readathon is going to be in August.
I had no idea, Sunny. Sunny, how are you doing with Priory? Because we're supposed to be buddy reading Priory. We were supposed to be buddy reading Priory to finish it on the 30th. And I
Oh,
haven't heard from her.
Sunny. Just
Sunny must
waiting.
be like, whoops, I forgot.
I don't think she forgot. Sunny doesn't forget commitment. Just something.
That
Sometimes
it's okay.
ask me again in 25 hours. All right. But we have been chatting for half an hour now, and I really need to get to bed. So I'm going to end this stream at this point. We have been reading together for a while, have been getting a lot of reading done. I need to read the last 2 pages of that chapter, and then I get to bed so I can tackle my long to-do list for tomorrow, and get ready to. I'm so excited to go to Rome and be in a different country and everything. I didn't forget about the size. I will finish
It's not
Christmas
that big.
first as Buddy reads, and we'll focus on Prairie then. That's fair.
But it's not that big. It's just, it looks that big.
That's true. We talked about that Was that yesterday?
In Katie's, Katie, was it Katie? No, who was it? Barb Springs.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the total pages, it looks a lot bigger than it is compared to other books.
How can it be 25 hours long? It's 800 pages. 804. Let me show you the stand. Let me show
Yeah,
you.
yeah, show that again.
Oh, not here.
And Sunny, do you read on one-time speed? And I think that the
Okay.
Burning God is also like 25, 24 hours, maybe? No, it's not here.
Can you see this? This is the stand. The stand is 1,300 pages. This is a priory of the orange tree. It is 804 pages. How?
It looks a lot bigger than it is. I have so many books that are around 1,000 pages that are a lot smaller than the Priory. I mean, of course, 800 pages is not a tiny book. It's not like a 200-page book. But it's, I think
It's
that
far from
honestly,
being as big as it looks.
yeah, and I'm just thinking, I think that big books on audiobooks are usually like 32 hours or even longer. So it's 25 hours is still okay. My
Yeah.
library is hosting a summer challenge. You get a free brand new book when you complete the program. I'm already at 250. That's awesome. I love that your library does that too.
Yeah.
I have the
Seems
Kindle
great.
and the audiobook. With this 1.5 because that's completely normal. I think that with fantasy, especially like the first half, I read it slower as well because you need to understand the world and everything. But then the second half, I see myself speeding up because I know the characters, I know and understand the world, and then I can speed up. But in the beginning, I need time. 25 hours and 52 minutes. Honestly, that is not a small book, but I wouldn't consider it big.
See, the Final Empire is nearly as big. So,
Yeah, when you look at how tiny the book The Final Empire is, that's like it looks like a tiny book. It's so fascinating. I mean, not like this, maybe
of
a little
course,
bit bigger, but
it's more than double that one. I think it's around 600 pages.
I think it was my copy might have been something like this. The Final Empire.
So not bad.
You can do it. It's almost 26 hours and Final Empire almost 25. So like an hour difference. But you're not even reading it at 1 point speed, so it's not an hour difference. It's like what?
Mm-hmm. It's less, like 40 minutes probably.
Yeah. Anyways, you can do it. You can do it. And
Yeah.
I do need to finish this stream now because I really need to go to bed. So, having said that, I do appreciate everyone who stayed here. I appreciate everyone who is reading with us, and I'm already looking forward to next Sunday and the reading sprints on Sunday. I think that Sato might be coming again next Sunday, and Lois might be. She's looking into it. I'm not sure about Mo, but there's a couple of people who already. Steph from Coffee Over Apples usually joins the second weekend, so I think we might have 4 people here next week. So I'm really excited to already see who's going to be available for next week. All right. Thanks everyone for being here. Happy reading for the rest of the week, and I hope I see you again next weekend. Until then, bye.